different, and if they have the last. Check.
Check.
Pew, pew. Two, three. Check. One.
Hello?
Two,
Hello?
three. Check.
Can you hear me? Hear me?
Okay. Good evening.
Hello.
All right. So I don't know that we need to do any intros. We're usually aware of both sides of the stage. So welcome. So this, I think, is our third session. So just to open up, Morgan, is there anything that you need review or clarification from the September? Anything that you? All right. So we thought compensation would be.
You want to start with that?
I believe that is
And we're
with you.
presenting.
Yes.
Can we display? Can I have the screen and display what we're doing so that they can see it? Is everybody go? Okay, what? Phyllis, I'm going to take over control of the.
Have it. Yeah, we can share this. Ultra sensitive. Tammy, you're not going to start by everybody
I didn't talk to Morgan about
saying
that.
something
I
good.
know, I should have
What?
told Morgan about
It's a good-
what we do.
It's a good starter.
Well, you share. Go ahead. Share.
Okay. So Tammy and I experienced this recently and thought it was a good thing. And I've not discussed this with the team, but I feel comfortable with it. Before we jump in, maybe in the welcome and opening remarks, I was at a session recently. Someone said, everybody go around and say something good that happened to them, something positive. And I thought it was a great way to start a meeting. And Tammy and I talked and said, that'd be a good thing to do. So if you would be open to that, it would be nice to everybody to say something positive that happened to you recently.
It's Liz Diaz, the president.
She does it way better than me.
Flagler. She starts every class out with, tell me something good that happened to you today or yesterday.
Yeah.
So,
So it has to be today or yesterday? Or?
well,
Recently.
whatever.
All right.
Since the last session.
Since the last session.
All right. Since last session, I was made department head of English at Supplementary High School. So,
Congratulations.
well, bless.
Go ahead, Sally. You have something really good to share.
I possibly have grandbaby number 8 on the way right now, so if I need to leave, I'm the birthing coach, so I'm waiting. I know, exciting. I know. Well, that's a
It's a little
newborn.
distracted
So.
right now.
I'm counting her future here.
Oh, funny. So yeah, exciting.
Oh, I don't know. I just got back from New Orleans this past weekend. I was at a meeting, but had lots of fun in New Orleans and settled some union business that's outside of education business, but my staff union business. So it was a good weekend, being with colleagues that are like-minded, which is really nice to be around.
Including us in that?
Pardon?
You including us in that? Yeah,
No, because I
like-minded.
wasn't talking about you
Oh.
guys. I was talking about,
Like-minded.
but of course,
Thank
I think that we're probably very like-minded, Wayne.
Saturday night I went kayaking and it was a beautiful sunset.
That's nice.
Pretty solid.
That is nice.
Oh, God. I'm a cynic. One of my kids just got, and one of my seniors just got into the Embry River. They came and played
Oh,
the other
that's
day. And I was like, that's the earliest I've ever heard anybody get in one, kid. And so it worked out.
That's fantastic.
Your turn, Mike. Putting you on the spot.
Last couple of days, it has been beautiful weather. That's what's happening. here
Cool
today.
morning.
Good, excellent
There's a
weather.
hint of something coming. Yes.
My puppy has learned to sit and shake.
So
That's important.
And what's your puppy's name?
Tucker.
Oh.
I'm not sure I can follow that. I don't know. I got two boys at Nice, and they have remarkably engaging teachers. There we go.
I'm the cynic as well. It was very difficult when this was asked of me when I did it last time, but I prepared better. My sixth grader was his seventh period class rep for student government issues, so I was happy about that for him. He's running for president, but it seems like it's going to be an uphill climb. We've got a tough ballot of
That's a
sixth
tough
graders this year. So.
great.
So I have something that happened, but it wasn't yesterday or the day before, but like 2 or 3 weeks ago, I was coming through the Ocala National Forest and I saw a mama bear, and 2 baby bears right in front of me. So that was so exciting. I'm still, right, Kathy, I'm still so excited. That is awesome. Okay, go ahead.
I'm like the weather has been delightfully cooler, so it makes for a wonderful afternoon walk.
Yes. Agreed.
Want your back table?
Oh, yeah. Come on, you gotta say something.
Well, mine's kind of in the future, but it's been acutely aware the last 3 weeks. I have a 1-year-old in 1 week. And he's moving and grooving and all over.
Well, the 1-year-old baby.
No.
Oh, yeah.
No. But I'll have a 1-year-old in 1 week.
Cute. I didn't die.
Element of surprise.
Over the summer, and they told him he had a broken hip, they told him it'd be 6 months before he could consider dancing again. He got cleared at 3 months. So.
Awesome.
Oh,
very good.
What's your wondering? It only rained for 15 minutes on September. No, ma'am.
No, ma'am. I've heard some other good news too.
The day that I got married.
Maybe that was my good news that I was there.
There you go.
Fun.
Can I go back?
So, good news, bad news, my husband and I are empty nesters. So, my youngest is down in college, and so we are doing some fun things.
Oh, cute.
My children, both of my children have been very successful businesses.
That's awesome. Wait, Phyllis.
I'll go with the weather.
It's already taken, Phil.
It's the law school equivalent of pass.
Michelle and Kate.
I had lunch with my good friend Kathy Geiger today.
I set up a printer and I'm very proud that I didn't travel.
That is good.
All right. So lots of good news all around.
Oh, yes.
All right, so compensation. I just wanted to start with some survey numbers and to kind of reiterate why we are doing the way compensation the way we are this year. The law has changed, which gives us more flexibility. And so of the people who took our survey, 79% said that they wanted us to prioritize teachers with more experience, and over 80% wanted pay for performance to be a much smaller portion of the overall raise. Again, the goal of bargaining this year is to keep teachers in the classroom, but even more so to keep them in St. Johns County. So here is what we have come up with. We used your formula, but I think we got rid of some of the more complicated situations. But we combined 1 to 5 years. So they would get $688. And then if they were highly effective, they'd get an additional $100. And so their total increase would be $788. Your teachers with 6 to 10 years experience, this is years that they brought into the district, no matter how many years they have in St. Johns County. It would be $1,375. And then if they were highly effective, then they would get an additional $100. So that's $1,475 total. And then 11 to 15 years of experience, they would get $2,063. And if they were highly effective, that would give them an additional $100. And so that's $2,163 total. And then more than 16 years experience, we have $2,750. And then if they were highly effective, they would get $100. And so it's $2,850. And then the effective and grandfathered people would get an additional $75 instead of $100. We did increase the amount that we are asking for. So you'll see the total cost of salary we factored in FRS and FICA, and then we backed out the TSIA amount. So we're asking for 1.551. Let me just reword that. That was weird. $1,551,154 from the district. I do want to remind you that your original offer was 771. I don't have the exact number, but around 800,000 is what you were willing to chip in when you brought us the concept last time. So we're just asking for an extra 700,000 to make the teachers in St. Johns County happy with their raise. Oh, and then on the 761 was what you guys said you were chipping in to cover FICA and FRS. We did include on number 2, we included associate teachers, which Wayne got me the number of 30 teachers. So they would get an increase of 688. We figured we'd put them at the same level as our 1 to 5 years experience teachers. And we put that there would be no insurance premium increase for the 23-24 school year. So, questions, comments, concerns?
And where in your number of teachers, talk me through those numbers, 1669.
Yeah.
This was the amount of 1 to 2 and 3 to 5 years combined. So those are the numbers that Mike gave us last time, but I also got those as in a public records request. I got the same numbers. Yeah. So, there we are. So there we go. I like it even more.
Double work.
Questions? Terry?
No, I'm just looking through it real quick. Our numbers matched on the total number of teachers involved. 3324. I was looking at the one that we presented last session just to see briefly.
And then for those in the audience, you can kind of see if you were effective or highly effective versus effective and grandfathered, what your total raise would be if you were in the district last year. And we feel this is affordable to you guys, but it also shows teachers that you've tried to make them a priority in the budget by chipping in a little bit more.
Is that it on your compensation? Terry?
No questions at this point.
Do we want to take that and go, or? Yeah.
And we've got insurance too, right?
Yeah, so that's what I might do, just work through that. So we
We can close out compensation.
yeah, that's what
and
Mike just said. So in the compensation piece, because it does relate, so if you can see on the agenda there, we had some MOUs that have a compensation or have a monetary component to it. So for MOU for Gains, Alternative Neo Hamlin Center for St. John's Technical High School, there's a future teachers piece in there as well. I think you're familiar with that, some of the language in that we passed. We have in our compensation piece a insurance premium increase of 0.5%. And Jay Nguyen will present the numbers that are effective on that. And then we have a couple of supplements that we wanted to put into the agreement. And they look at high school STEM fair coordinator. So the language in there now is STEM fair coordinator, but on the middle school side. So, and we'll hand you these out. We'll make that, we just want to make that connected to the high school side as well. And then Future Farmers of America, to kind of align with some of the work that's happening at some schools. So the request for that. So I will, in that order, pass those MOUs to you.
Okay. I don't see diff pay on your list. Where are we on that? We do feel like it needs to be brought to the table.
So we will frame a committee with Michelle to work on that. We have in the agreements, there's $1 million for differentiated pay. So it can be related, but it's not related to this. I mean, we have a template that we worked on in the past. Simply, we haven't got the committee together yet, so.
So the position would be that, since that is an MOU, what's the breakdown, in the breakdown, who receives that additional money? Is that MOU has to be ratified with the whole document? That we have started that practice, we'll continue that practice, and that would just cost additional money to the union, so that committee needs to probably get together sooner than
It
later.
needs to be ratified.
Yes.
Right,
Yep.
so I'm not sure it's going to radically change. I mean, it's the same, generally the same people on the committee, and we look at hard to fill positions. We follow the guidelines that are presented from the state and the federal government on that. So we can work on that. It just simply hasn't.
Get it.
Okay.
So Jay, do you want to talk a little bit about the insurance piece?
Does she want to have the wireless mic maybe? Whoops. I know it's not fun, Jay, but so other people can hear.
So, like you said, it is 0.5 increase, is very similar to what we did last year. So, parts of delivery is highlighting what that means to the employee. So in yellow, you'll see it highlighted that if there was a 0.5 increase, the employee is responsible for 15% of that increase to medical claims. So what that looks like, and I won't go through each line, but I can tell you at the most expensive level, like if someone was a family on the bio hospital plan, it would look like $1.48 per pay period, or a total of $28 per year would be the increase to the medical plan on that plan. Adding them all up, medical, dental, and vision, the increase would be about $1.69 per pay period. And per year, that is $32.25 is what that looks like to the employee, because the board is taking the bulk of that increase, 85 or 75% of it.
You have that handout for us as well?
I did.
Okay.
Got an extra one. And one. No, mine.
That's okay.
I just wanted to point out what it looked like to the employee, but whatever part of this you want to have questions about, I'd be willing to answer that.
Okay. So I am under the impression that the committee voted no on an increase. Is that correct?
The insurance committee has not come to a consensus, we've not had a vote issue for.
Okay. So why are we proposing an increase if the committee hasn't decided if you need an increase or not?
I think it's the projection, if that's what's been presented to the committee. And then if the committee ultimately accepts it, this is what it looks like in practice. Is that where we are on it?
Other questions?
No, I don't think there's any other questions.
Okay.
Just in here, I have just the language relative to this supplement. Those two. Just highlight it. Well, it's just modified, but you can just, I just wanted to make sure it connects to the language of the two I presented.
We only have 2 copies of that one.
So going back to insurance, what were the projections? Who projected that we would need an increase?
I think it falls on what we talked about last, when we talked on the 6th, just inflation, going forward on inflation, everything else is going up at the pump, at the gas station, everything else. And the last 4 years, we haven't had an increase other than this last year. So the costs are going up, so it was just part of our way of work.
All right. We will discuss at caucus on that matter.
Okay. So that would conclude the compensation piece. So take a break on that and then come back and look at the other piece. 30 minutes?
Yeah.
30 minutes.
So we're going to focus on compensation?
We don't have a caucus on compensation,
No,
they
we
do.
do.
Oh, they do,
We have-
okay.
Is there,
So, okay,
We have to just
we
look
want
at
to take
all
it
of
bit by
these.
bit. Gotcha.
Yes.
Okay.
yeah, that makes sense. You're right.
All right, we're gonna,
Let's do that.
yeah, oh, yeah.
Are they identical? Have been in the past? That's what
Yeah.
he's asking. Did you change anything?
The content would be the same. other than
Okay.
the date.
As past years. Okay.
Yeah.
I just wanted to make sure so that they know that what you're passing
No,
is what you've
I mean,
always
those are
passed.
sort of
Okay.
Intellectually, what we've done in the past.
Okay.
So in Article 8, there was a couple of MOUs that you had sort of taken and
Mhm.
pushed into that. So our position is we pull those back out. So I'm going to talk through them broadly here, and then you'll see the language in there. There's 2 things in there. There's the MMOO, so those would be the new K-8 language in there, and the staffing and the hiring for those schools. So the overall concept on that wouldn't have changed in terms of percentages coming from the affected schools, of which we don't know yet because we're still in the zoning sort of mode on that. And then the opportunity for other people to be able to transfer to those schools. So what we've changed on those is really just the dates. Oh, I'm sorry, the dates and the dates, right, to reflect the new school year. Right. So that's MM and OO. So we just feel that every session of opening new schools is completely different, right? Even though we do that quite frequently. So our position is just to keep it as an MOU. Um, and there are obviously two schools this year, and we can reconnect on that. So the language generally hasn't changed. We want to make sure that those have an opportunity to transfer to those schools. What has changed, or what we're looking at, is on the second memo is the early transfer process, right? So, so on that we wanted to, so right in the past has been an early transfer list. You struck through some of the language relative to the list. And again, I'm talking broadly now, then we can go into the document itself. So what we want to do is create a process. The process will be through Apple Tracks. So you'll have an opportunity to post, an interest in transferring to another school. And you'll do that through the online system, and that, right, we would modify it so it wouldn't have to be as elaborate as a new position. So a transfer window. You'll see the dates. So we've looked at the dates in mid-February for that to happen. An employee will have an opportunity over 2 weeks to do that. Then there'll be through the month of March for the interview processes to happen. So you'll have an opportunity to interview based on the idea that the principal will go through that Apple Track system and see who's requested to transfer to his or her school. The reason that there's a connection between the two documents is because then we go into budget mode somewhat in April, and we need the opportunity to qualify all who's transferred, to sort of clean it out, to make sure people who've been selected, we're then advertising the right positions thereafter. And also the 80% for the MM and OO is also due around that time frame as well. So as principals come to the table, they'll know who's requested to leave their school. That's happened through the interview process, and then what positions are left. So we want the early transfer process to be a process, but limited to that time frame that we've requested in there.
Okay.
It's not open the whole time frame because it is early, right?
Okay.
The other piece that you look at that we want to change, or we want you to consider, would be after that, the jobs open April, May, go through the regular hiring process there, right? So your position comes up at Creekside High School, you apply for Creekside High School. But the transfer window, or the ability to move to another school, we would like that to end on June 15th. You would put July 15th in yours. Currently, it's June 30th. So we feel there's enough time between the ending of school or the ending of the budget, because it doesn't start at the end of school. It starts much earlier. It starts at the end of the budget window. And that should give everybody enough time to sort of, launch where they need to be or where they would desire to be. And then it gives us enough time in human resources to ensure that we have the opportunity to adjust to some of the staffing throughout the month of July. It's really, and I know we talked about it last month, Morgan, it's really, really tight to turn those things around, simply because of the volume as well, right? So you're not dealing with 5 people. So the kind of paradigm shift would be early transfer process as opposed to a list. It's all done electronically. That shuts down. And then we go to budget. Then we post additional positions. We would like that then to kind of end, if you were transferring school to school, by June 15th. People can still do it after that window, but now there's that late date in October to coincide with the end of the first quarter. That's still there. And I still think it provides a couple of things. One, a quicker way to do it now than we've been doing, right? So we're kind of dependent a lot now on sort of paper, pencil, and the human element to it. So we want to launch that through Apple Tracks. We think we can create a system that's not overly cumbersome. Just say, I'm interested, here's my resume. But again, you're kind of advertising yourself for a position at another school. And then the other shift would be that we want to say you cannot transfer after June 15th. So that's kind of a counter to your proposal. So we've pulled both of those out of the document that you sent to me. We've modified the language in there. We did not have an early transfer list process last year because you didn't sign it. And then the other piece would be that there's only minor changes to the actual article itself, Article 8, independent of these 2 MOUs. It just relates to dates and some semantics. So you
Okay.
have all, you have all that now.
So I noticed that you put back in submitting a transfer request does not mean the employee will automatically receive an interview, a transfer, or specific assignment desired. What is the harm in providing them an interview if they're qualified for the position?
So you're talking about the yearly process or, I mean, I think in most cases, it relates to volume, right? It relates to the trying to staff, it relates to those two new schools. I think in many cases, people know, they've already connected with principals anyway. I'd have to see how many people didn't get picked up off an early transfer list to kind of better qualify that answer. If somebody wants to transfer, we want to give them the opportunity, but it's not feasible to guarantee, not because we don't want them to transfer, just because of the volume of it. So again, if you post into Creekside High School that you want to look there, then in many cases, a lot of those conversations have happened already. So it's still there. We feel we can do a little quicker so that you don't have to.
Do you have numbers of the amount who took advantage of the early transfer process? Is that something we can get? Okay.
From years prior, yeah. So, I mean, and again, this year is unique because it will also connect to MM and OO openings. So if you look at that and the volume of interviewing that will take place for those positions as well, or those new schools, we feel we would provide. And again, I'm not opposed to people wanting the opportunity to transfer. We just want to kind of make sure that it's quicker in terms of in terms of the logistics of it. But then we can also adjust in July to try, because there'll still be openings, because there'll still be growth. But we want to create to that openings by still having people transfer. So if you've got a counter to that, but that's our position.
Okay.
You'll see both of those in those memos, but they do have a connection. Yes.
So just, I guess, a couple of questions. Since this has been a process and it didn't happen last year because the MOU just didn't happen, I guess I'm curious of why you don't want to put it in the contract and just continue year after year after year after year, do the same MOU that we've had in the contract year after year after year after year. So, I mean, same thing we know there's new schools coming, no matter what. You've got a projection of how many schools are going to be opened for the next, I don't even know, 15, 20 years. So you know you're going to be opening schools. I don't understand why you would be opposed not putting that language in the actual whole CBA instead of an MOU.
I'll start, and then you can, unless you would rather go.
Go ahead.
Okay. You may get two responses from both of us. My initial thought was as to why this would roll out in an MOU is because it is a change to the prior process. The dates have been moved around a lot. This electronic way to go about doing it replaces a lot of the way it's been done in the past. So it's really kind of a new process.
They've always had the electronic form.
well,
There's nothing different.
The dates are all different.
Okay, the dates are the only thing that's different, Terry.
You go through
I mean, it goes through,
The early transfer didn't go through application.
go through
Correct.
The regular transfer did.
talking about-
well, I'm talking about the new schools opening. So
That's different.
let's speak with the new schools opening then. Because the process has not changed. I mean, this literally, Michelle and I had at one point where it started problems and we started making sure it was negotiated. We had a gentlewoman's agreement. And then we said, no, we're not doing this. It needs to be contract language written. And then we put it forward. We have it in it's been an MOU for how long, Michelle? It's a long time.
You're referring to new schools?
Yes,
Yeah.
new schools. We know that that's what I started. We know we're opening 20 schools or opening new schools over the next 20 years. So I don't understand why. Like, it's just frustrating. We have so many MOUs that are in the contract that needs to be put into the contract because really it ends, it sunsets.
Each year.
Each year it
I
sunsets.
agree.
And the reason that we didn't have the early transfer process is because someone forgot to come back to us and negotiate an early transfer process. So if we had it in the contract, we wouldn't have that. So it's frustrating. Go ahead.
I'm not saying it's not frustrating, but I will but just from past experience and working in HR with Kathy Geiger, right, Michelle, she'll tell you as well that when we were opening up schools, we would put language together, and then the next time we opened up schools, we had to change some things because one year it was, a couple of high schools where it was high school to high school. Another was an elementary and a middle school. Well, now they were two different ones that we had to look at because there were special parts to it. Not that we wouldn't want to put it in there, but we were always changing it. So the last thing you want to do is put it in there, and then that becomes one of the articles you have to bring forward along with compensation every single year or every time we have to open up, and then that limits the fact that you want to bring up some other items. So I think, and again, this was back in 11 to 15 when I was in HR. Every single time we opened up a school, we made serious changes to it. And a lot of it had to do with what you all were telling us that you wanted different, and that we would come back and say, well, it's an elementary school this time, and here's what it looks like, or it's this part of town or that part of town, or the number of people that would have to move because of the rezoning. It wasn't, one year it was Bartram when I was there, 61 people had to leave. Another year it might be elementary school where 10 people have to leave. So since it's so different, that's why. If you're telling me that over the last 5 years or the last 4 or 5 times we've opened up a school, the language has been exactly the same, that's what we would need to look at. But I just remember going back that it changed every time. Not that we wanted to change it because it was just more time to have to sit there and go through it.
Right.
But it was worth having an MOU to be able to do that. So.
Could the changes not be in an MOU? We have a standard procedure for opening new schools. There might be a weird situation where we need to maybe alter it. Could that not be in an MOU instead? I don't know.
I mean, the procedures itself, if you go back and look, because the only thing you change, this is exactly the same document, except for the dates.
How far back do you
Oh.
recall? I just don't know as I'm sitting here.
Several years.
That's
We'll
what I
look.
would say.
Several years.
4 to
So the point of us putting it in the contract was nothing has changed except for dates, for the most part. I mean, the overall content of this is the same. So if we needed to negotiate dates, then I think it might be appropriate to put it into an MOU. But we know we're going to be opening schools. So we're going to have to have an MOU for the next 20 years of opening schools. If I was I'd be like, why have they not negotiated language for opening of new schools?
Well, it seems that we probably have language for when an elementary school, a middle school, an academy, and a high school have been open. So can we not find language that works for all of those scenarios to get in the contract?
Sure. Please pass that one. We'll keep this one. Yeah, we'll keep this one. Yeah. Leave that on there.
Tammy, you're absolutely correct. The language may not have changed in the last 4, 5, 6 years, because it has been several years. But the reason that it is an MOU is it gives us flexibility as a school district, so that when we need to move on the fly and we open these new schools, every new school opening, and we have at least 1 or 2 principals sitting here who have opened new schools. Each new school opening is like a snowflake, right? They're all different. We are in an employee market, so to speak. We have seen a teacher shortage coming for the last 10 or 15 years. That's not, COVID did not create that. It just exacerbated that, right? You know that just as well as anybody else at this table. And so it gives us the flexibility as a management team to make the changes we need to, whether it's an elementary or a K-8 or a middle or a high school. To put it in language, to put it in the contract would be locking in language that we don't necessarily need to lock in. We can, as we see these schools coming in, and if there are changes, we can change it through an MOU. It's so much more easier to do it that way than try to have it in the contract, to be quite honest with you. And so as far, it should not be in the contract. And I understand why you think it should be, but it should not be in the contract.
Adding on to that, I mean, the snowflake analogy is a great analogy. I mean, it may have worked for the past 5 to 6 years. That may have been the process, but when you're opening up 4 at one time, 1 at one time, maybe you're opening a center school instead of a traditional kindergarten or elementary, middle, high, K. I mean, things could change. And if it's in the contract, then obviously we're obligated to follow through with that. And I would also be concerned if we're saying we're going to just project out how every school is going to be open from a staffing perspective when we're seeing more virtual things taking place. I would be concerned about locking in the staffing process for schools that you really haven't even opened yet.
Correct. It is not a labor issue, it's a management issue. And that's
I would
different.
disagree. I mean, I would disagree. You have, how do you say it's not a labor issue when you have people who are, you're overstaffed in one school and have to be transferred to another school, an opening of a school, and you set procedures in place for people who are going to be, so how is that not that is a
contract labor.
It is a contract labor issue,
Well,
yes.
no, but it doesn't necessarily belong in the contract.
But why, I don't understand that. I mean, I guess we'll just have to disagree because it is a working condition. If this is a working condition. So therefore, working conditions are subject of negotiations.
But the working condition can change in a fast-growing school district like ourselves. That can change literally overnight when you're opening new schools for 100 different reasons that some of us, we haven't even thought of the reasons yet. And so it gives us that flexibility.
You don't disagree with the content, do you? You don't disagree with the content.
Well, no, the content's the same.
It's the location.
I mean,
But you don't disagree with it.
the content is exactly the same as it has been year after year. The point that we're standing is that it's been an MOU for 4 years. At some point, you guys have to say, okay, we agree, it should be in the contract. Like, something should be in the contract in regard to hiring or opening of new schools. Something should be in the contract regarding opening of schools. Just like if you had a failing school, there's language and statute around failing schools, right? So there's things that still could be negotiated for failing schools. Some is mandated by statute, but some of it is negotiable as well. We don't have them, thank goodness, don't have failing schools in St. Johns County, but it is a term and condition of employment. Opening up a new school, people applying for vacancies in a school or transferring to a new school is the hiring of it. Hiring is management right. Absolutely. I will give you that. Hiring is management's right. 100%. How you get around it and your current employees want to do that is a condition of employment.
But if the opening of a new school like NN and OO is before us, right? That has a targeted opening date. Do we know the targeted opening date of every other school moving forward? How big those schools are going to be, where they're going to be located, how many students are going to be
I would
there?
assume that the district knows that.
There's some planning in place,
That would
but
be a wrong assumption.
there's
We
some.
don't know where they're going to be.
But
Maybe not where they are, but you know how many schools are going to be opening over the next 20 years.
maybe, I mean, market
I'm
conditions may change it. So I guess where I'm going is, we know right now what the hiring process or what the transfer process will be for NN and OO because it is projected to open. But to put in a contract how we're going to hire or transfer for schools that don't even exist ties the hands of management to be able to plan for the opening of those schools. The content may have been the same for 5 years, but that doesn't, each year it's a different MOU because it's a different school opening. And so
We can agree to
we can
disagree.
agree to disagree, respectfully.
Okay. There is some content that we do disagree with. I mean, those at affected schools could end up without a job. So we would want to guarantee that they have some sort of placement after a new school opens. Right? If we're opening new schools and they don't have a guarantee that, what letter is?
Yeah, which letter? I'm trying to find it too.
G.
Is it G about involuntary transfers? with the reduction in staff language?
Non-reappointed, so H says non-reappointed employees hired after August 30th will have a break in service and will be required to be processed as a new employee. We'll need to look this over, obviously, in caucus, so we'll come back.
I mean, your example would be Tokoi doesn't need 10 teachers overall, so they're going to be non-reappointed for budget.
Yeah.
That's the example she's speaking of. So there's no guarantee. Sorry,
Right.
it's budget, even though we need teachers in the district.
At Tokoi, we ended up getting 2 of Bartram's non-reappointed employees for budget. And thank God we got them because they're fantastic teachers. But if we didn't pick them up, they could have not had a job. And they weren't non-reappointed for performance. So if we're shifting people, they should have a job somewhere in the district, especially with the rate that we're growing. So
that's what you were trying to
yes.
emphasize.
So you're saying it's a good idea, it's an MOU, so we can make changes as we need to. Here we go.
No, we're saying that we don't agree with that portion, and then it goes back to non-reappointed for budget. There's a teacher shortage. We shouldn't be, those people who are non-reappointed for budget should have a job in the district regardless.
And how many didn't this year?
I don't know the answer to that question.
I know
I think
personally.
Michelle knows.
2.
2 is 2 more than we should, and we have vacancies and teacher vacancies. So.
Okay.
May I ask a question?
Yes.
Of course, Jen.
Loud, Jen.
Okay, I will speak loud.
Use your teacher voice.
Back to the early transfer process. Can you speak to your reasons on we had a limited transfer period? And if you did it, and I'm sorry, I was flipping through papers. Your reasons for the saying no transfer window period versus the limited, where we had in the limited transfer window that if there was, let's say, an internal employee that got hired at a school, and if they would have to wait until a person was hired to take their role, and then once that person was hired and ready to start in that classroom, then they could go to the new school that they were hired at. So we had it in place that there would never have been before October 11th, current employee would not leave that position vacant to move to a new school. But if there was somebody that was hired and they did the whole onboarding process and were ready to go, let's say September 22nd, why would that teacher then have to wait all the way until October 11th if somebody was ready to go in that position?
I think it's a good question. So intellectually connects with a grading period or a marking period, the end of the quarter, right, was one of the first pieces that we looked at. And I think it goes back to kind of Tammy's piece about volume and numbers, right? So we're trying to make sure that we know who's leaving, we know when they're leaving. If we have a replacement, I think in some cases, principals may have worked pieces out in the past of letting people go. I think what we're trying to do is avoid having somebody left, with 5 or 6 openings which has happened in the past because people moved to the beginning. It has slowed down some of the transfer pieces because of that. But if the goal is to have the early transfer window open at the right time, people can see it, it's visible. We're trying to avoid having so much movement in that first quarter. That's the simple answer. So.
Would it make it difficult for a principal at a school where, let's say, maybe 3 people were transferring out to have 3 people transfer out all on October 11th and then have 3 new employees start on the 4th
You're talking about somebody who's accepted a job and then applies in interviews during the first quarter and gets picked up somewhere else.
And then they wait at their current position.
So I've accepted a job at Sebastian. I'm back at Sebastian, and then something comes up and I apply for it in the first quarter.
Correct.
So I've made a
So the
commitment.
positions on
we're
AppleCheck
no.
would be posted internal, external. So let's say an internal employee
Or
applied for.
we're
Jen,
talking
are you-
about.
I think we're talking about two
Yeah.
different things.
Yeah.
What Wayne is referring to, sorry, what Mr. King's referring to is I've left Hartley and I've gone to Osceola. And now in the first quarter, I'm applying to Mason.
Yeah.
That's not what you're referring
That's
to.
not
You're
what
referring
she's
to,
saying.
I've been at Hartley for years. I didn't get picked up in the early transfer, but I really wanted to go to Mason. And now, oh my gosh, it's July 30th or August 15th, and that position I really wanted at Mason is open. I think that's what you're talking
That's
about.
what I'm.
So we're
Okay.
saying right now you have to wait till October.
Right, and so Jen brought up the great point of, let's say you have 3 or 4 teachers that happens to, and they want to go to this other school. If you're making them all wait until that first day of second quarter, now you're having to transition 4 teachers at a time. Whereas if you let them go at once they find a replacement, then you're transitioning at different times, and it's not as big of a impact on the school and the principal. and all
I
that.
think once we start the year, we're trying to keep it consistent. It's not a perfect piece. It's similar to opening up new schools. It's not. You're opening schools and they're still growing, so that it kind of changes every week as well with numbers of people. So we get it. We're just trying to make sure that there isn't so much coming and going, which had been difficult to manage in the past. So
You also have people who decide not to come back at the beginning of the school year. So now I have, my dream job is to be at Ponte Vedra High School teaching at Pedro. I live in Ponte Vedra and I've applied for it. Ponte Vedra is going to hire me, but now you're going to make me stay in Pedro, even though Pedro's found someone, you're going to make me stay till then. But my dream job, I mean, so it
Yeah,
doesn't
I mean,
make any sense. Like,
I think semantics are important. So make you stay. You're gonna honor your commitment that you made already, and we will make the transfer happen. Again, a lot of it, Tammy, comes down to volume. So, and I get it, the dream job, but we're giving you an opportunity for that same dream job all the way through an early transfer period, right? Through opening up 2 new schools, talking about this year, right? So there'll be a healthy number of positions and transferring and opening. We hope to have the heavy volume of it done before then. That's why.
One question. Wasn't it say
Yeah.
for the transfer?
So on here, and I don't,
Yeah.
let
So
me
we're
clarify
only seeing-
before I
If you're in the control period and there's a replacement,
speak out of
you're
turn.
ready to take over from the classroom meeting.
Okay, so I overheard your sidebar.
Are you listening to my whispers? You're not supposed to do that.
So here's the thing that I find confusing this year is that I feel like we don't know what was our language and what you guys are crossing out versus what I don't know what you did not agree to that we originally proposed, because I feel like this is in a completely different format.
It is.
So it's hard for us at the table to really be able to see that you're saying that, no, you don't agree to certain things because,
So
yeah.
what you have there is the original Article 8
Okay.
that you put the MOUs in. We pulled the language out of the MOUs. As Tammy said, some of it wasn't in effect last year, so you can see what we struck through as well.
Right, but here you're striking through everything that we did, but then here I don't know what it is that you're actually agreeing to that we originally put in here. Do you get what I'm saying? Like, this is a different format, so it's hard for us to see what you're agreeing to and what you're not. So that's why we're kind of like trying to play catch up here, because I
have an assumption is that you took the old early
I know
transfer
it's in a different format, by the
MOU.
way.
They took the old early
Right.
transfer MOU from the year before, kept it identical, crossed through all of our language, and they kept it identical to what was before.
Did you
correct?
I think the
Except
article,
for a few changes.
the Article 8 that's in front of you has red line changes within the document
Right.
that incorporate the response to the changes that you had proposed. So you have a document for document matches to Article 8. What we are proposing in our Article 8 counter to your proposal is the addition of the MOU. That MOU, as I understand it, is a previous version with red lines showing what we would add to that MOU.
Do we have the old MOU that you took it
Find
from?
that, hopefully.
Well, I mean,
I don't have it at my fingertips, but we
Yeah,
can
I
try to
figured
find
that.
it.
No.
Oh,
If
yeah.
you, I mean,
Yeah.
we probably have it in our old documents as well,
Yeah.
but you took it from somewhere to change this.
You wouldn't have.
So, so someone on your team
But it
has
might
the old
be-
MOU. That would be helpful for us to see the old
Sure.
MOU to compare to the
Right.
new MOU
yeah.
and then looking through everything else.
But yeah, we will look at this at caucus. I think we've got
So if you
to.
go
sort through
in
information.
order of just the Article 8 itself, that was the original piece. And then I think you'll see the language in both of the MOUs, really identical in many cases, as Tammy said. The big shift, that's why I kind of started with the big shift related to the transfer period or the transfer window
Mhm.
piece. And I think a significant, was looking at the date of the June 15th. So you'll see it might read better coming from the Article 8 first and then
Okay.
the two MOUs. So I should have done it in different orders.
So just to clarify then, in Article 8, whatever's red was our language and you are fine with that language.
Oh, well, let me compare. Hold on. Because some of it's struck through.
There's some that is not
That
struck
is,
through.
and that is
So-
your language that has not been deleted off of here. That is
Okay.
correct. Yeah.
So you are fine with anything that is not, that's red and not struck through, you are okay with that language?
Which I think is 2 sentences.
But it's in that
No,
language in
it's
the actual
3
article, but not
sentences.
necessarily the MOU.
Right. We pulled the MOU out.
So,
Right.
And-
But that's what I'm saying is, so we,
Page 3. Tammy.
like, I think once I go back and look at this, I might be able to figure out, but you just struck through all of this because you don't want it in the article. But what I'm saying is then in the MOU, what language are you agreeing to that we wrote that you are willing to put in the MOU?
I don't think
It's
so.
not super clear. Or do you just took out all of our language for the MOU?
MOU,
Okay.
yes,
Yes,
that's
they did.
why I presented in that order.
Gotcha. Okay. All right, we'll look at it in caucus.
Okay. 30 minutes?
Can I ask one question? Sorry. Can I? Yes. Just back to what you were asking. I understand it, and I can see how that would be definitely a question that wouldn't make any sense for us to not move the person until October, when they found a person, let's say, officer said.
You're saying for X.
And I think that was written. I don't know of any principal that wouldn't,
Right.
that wouldn't send the person off.
Only if it's allowed.
Okay, I think that was, if you know, I'm letting you know, because if this was.
We do.
Okay, then I wouldn't even know that because this is a new then that's one thing that I think, and I could be incorrect, and we'll talk about this. But I think that was put in place for when there was an opening at a school and they found a person, let's say the opening's at Tokoi, they found a person at Bartram. Okay? But it used to be where you could take that person immediately and the fire president was like, oh, you can't do that. I can't find another person. Can you wait till I at least find someone? And then, that was something the principals worked out together. And then it got to where we needed to put some sort of timeline in the MOU or the contract that aligned with the quarter, I think, so that didn't happen. But if you had a person, it makes no sense to have a sub in the opening while you have 2 bona fide teachers in August. So I would need to know, or I think we would need to know if that's occurring, and that just doesn't really make any sense. We want to get those teachers in those spots. But if there wasn't anybody and that was going to be vacant, then it's not fair to the one that they can leave, right? And I
I mean,
think
that's-
that's why it was put in there,
Yeah.
but we need to know if it's being used so literally that it would occur as to what you said. So I just
I get
It seems like you
completely.
agree with what what kind of we have written.
Yeah, I think that was the intent of it, but if it's not being followed, and I might be speaking incorrectly, I think we need 3 years. But we need to talk about it, and if that's happening, we need to look at that. That doesn't make sense.
Oh,
Okay.
This time for sure, Jesse.
Oh, for sure.
Okay.
All right. Do you?
We can go in order, I think, right? We're in compensation.
Yeah, everyone wants to hear about compensation, so we'll let you guys go first.
Yeah. And it might be a little cluttered. We were trying during the break to run through the numbers. Can you all hear me okay too? We were trying to run through the numbers in the formula. Thank you for sending it over.
Yep.
Just to, I'd noticed like the amount went from 2,000 to 2,750, and then it populated the different formula. We were trying to go through and see how the formula worked based on the proposal that we had made on the total overall sum.
Mm-hmm.
And where we were running into some issues, and Mr. Nakutis might be able to address this a little bit better, was when you plug in the 2,750 overall into the very beginning, it creates a negative factor for performance pay. And so we were just trying as quickly as we could with the time that we had to kind of see how the formula plays out. And I think there's some concerns with the formula with the 2,750 plugged in. Again, we can get into that a little bit more. Also, I think one issue that we've got to look down is just the accuracy of the years of experience. I know that these were numbers based on public records requests and the verbiage of the public records request. Also, we were spending some time during the break attempting to be a little bit more accurate with this field, because obviously if you have more 16 plus versus 1 to 5s, it's going to adjust the formula a little bit more. So we were trying to figure that out. And then even with all of that, the other part that we were at is I think our proposal at the last session was that the full value of that $4,347,000 of TSIA dollars go right into salary raises. And then the district would cover the offset amount for all of the benefits calculations that have to go into it. And that was the goal of the board, was really to make sure that the teachers truly receive the full value of that 4,347 TSIA allocations. So with that, it appears that your proposal, and we'll work on we'll respond to the formula a little bit and explain where there could be some concerns. Even though the district is already several $100,000 above what the TSIA allocation is your counter proposal, as we understand it, is to essentially double the district's proposal. Is that interpreted correctly from your proposal?
Yes.
Okay. And so I don't know if Mr. Degutis, if now's a good time, if you want to kind of address the formula issue because of how that may manipulate the numbers here.
Sure. Okay, so if you guys could pull your copy, and I assume you have your copy, and it's two-sided, right? One gave us was two-sided. So, and we have this year, this concept, again, we'll use that concept, is new this year, and there are now two formulas. Heretofore, we had only one formula, it's paper performance.
Right.
So now we have two. One's the retention based on years of experience, and then the other formula is the old formula, if you will, the paper performance. So basically what, again, the concept is there is a bucket of money available, $4.3 million. In prior years with, can you hear okay?
Yeah, you're making sure that people online.
Oh, okay. In prior years, what we would do, and we'll use these numbers, whether it was TSIA for the first 2-3 years, or best and brightest after that, or any of the other legislatively designed, but now defunct salary packages, what we would do is there's a formula that you would pull out an amount that you would set aside for FICA and FRS benefits, basically. And then the balance of that is what got paid to the teachers. What we said this year is we would keep all $4.3 million of TSIA money on the table in the formula, in formulas, in some way, shape, or form. So what that means is instead of taking 3.6 million of TSIA and put it into the formulas, and the board keeps 760 to pay the FICA on that, we would put all 4.3 million. Okay.
Right.
And with all due respect, Morgan, you used the term chip in 3 times, but 760,000 is not a chip in. That's, what do we say that was? 10 or 11 teacher salaries when you put the magnitude of scope on there. So on a $4.3 million total, 760 grand is a big number, right? 760,000 on $1 billion budget might be a rounding error. I get that, but not here, right? So that's a significant amount of money. So with that said, we said, okay, we'll put 4.3 million in there. And there was even some understanding by a couple of folks on your side that said, okay, we get that, 4.3, we just need to figure out how to distribute that. So when we get yours this afternoon, your total formula was 4.8, almost 4.9 million. It's 4,866,000. But what you did is and I'm now on your formula.
Mm-hmm.
So in the total retention column, you have 4,533,681. And so what the spreadsheet would do, if you flip the spreadsheet over, what that spreadsheet does is says, okay, well, the 4.3 million, that bottom box, total available, 4,347,509, minus the retention of 4,533,681, leaves a negative 186,172 for performance pay. Right there is where we kind of get off the formula, so to speak.
Right, second page is top, sorry.
The second page is your original concept.
But that is the concept, because then the balance would be what's supposed to be in that column, or excuse me, that cell, then goes to the next spreadsheet, the pay for performance, and what's getting spread evenly between highly effective and effective and grandfathers.
Right.
But
Pay for performance is factored into our formula.
when you put 310,000, which is really a $496,000 swing from what the original intent of the concept to what you guys have, right? So 196 in the hole to 310,000 to the positive is, and Jesse can double check my math, but it's like $496,000 swing. Right, so there's a fallacy, that's all I'm saying. And that it's for our math guys here, it's kind of like slope, if you will. Jesse, it's y equals mx plus b. This was y equals mb plus x.
Got it.
Just heading backwards.
Can I talk to this segment?
Yeah.
Sorry, I want to hit 2 things really quickly. Sorry, we had an intention here. Of course, you're going to ask for more money as far as job negotiating. But there was some difficulty in arranging this formula to make it work out for us. And that had more problem to do with working around Excel than something else. I ask everyone if it's all right if in the future I just ask Mike, what did you do in Excel to make this formula work outside of this table? And would it be considered a
Bargaining.
Yeah.
Yeah, as long as you're not bargaining outside
That's
the
good.
sun.
I'm just saying, I'm
Facts.
if we
You
could
can
reach out
ask
in
that.
the future to solve some of these problems. Okay, just wanted to get that.
Just
So yeah, I totally agree with that. I think that would be very efficient and effective way. And so what happened now is you're really almost $500,000 over what the concept of the formula was supposed to do in the first place, right? Because if you go back to ours from the last time we met a couple of weeks ago, we had $4.3 million total. We had round numbers, 4.3 million in longevity, which left $1 million in performance pay.
Right. I'm not sure. I don't understand what you are saying in terms of all of our formulas factor in performance pay. So I don't know why you're saying that.
Well, it does, but it doesn't. It doesn't factor in the fact that $4.3 million is the maximum available to distribute between the 2 formulas.
Right, but we're asking, that's the point, is we're asking for more than that money.
Well, and I guess at that point, it's probably when I need to hand it back over to Mr. Harmon.
Yeah, that's, and it goes to the third point that I raised when I kind of went through the summary is it our understanding that setting aside the issues, because the formula was built on spending the amount that the board had to spend, regardless of the formula, essentially what you're, again, the numbers are what they are within the formula. You want to add more to the formula, essentially. Well, double, a little bit more than double.
Yes.
What the board proposed.
It is our job to
No.
ask for the money that we think that our teachers deserve. And so we tried, basically our formula is we're saying that we understand you guys have to pay for FICA and FRS. So we put together a salary proposal that we thought was fair. We factored in how much FICA and FRS would cost you. And so we came to a conclusion that it would cost the district 1.55, right? And yes, originally you guys said that you would cover the 761.
Yep.
So yes, we are doubling what your original concept was. You guys were clear that that was not enough. So we are making an offer here.
And we're not using the old formula, like that formula. This is a new way.
Understand
Right.
that.
Okay, I don't want to make that
Understand.
sure because we're talking
And-
formulas and
We're not
formulas.
talking statutory formula.
We're not
Right.
talking about the.
Well, and this whole top part is, we didn't touch your formula in the top part aside from changing the amounts, right? This bottom part, yes, we did change because we wanted to show you what it would cost the district versus your original concept that you gave us last week or last session. Does that make sense? Okay.
Where's the formula page?
We
This-
didn't print it.
We didn't print
They
that.
didn't print it.
So we're not using that.
Yes, you are.
Well, sort of.
Well, no, I mean,
For performance pay, it's in there.
for
It's
the
in there.
performance, because
in
remember,
both.
there are two components of this rating. There is a retention component, and there's a pay for performance component. You still have to have pay for performance.
Correct.
By statute. So there are two components, and each one of them are tied to a formula. So you absolutely use the problem is, the input into that was almost $500,000 more than what the overall calculation allowed to go into that inside of the formula.
What has happened here is that we believe the formula was tied to 2 sheets, it was tied to 3 sheets inside there. That second page on the first sheet that seemed to not react limits the amount of money that we put. The formula they designed was never designed to have the total money increased. So when we put numbers in, what happened then was that it kicked us back a number that's probably not true. And it needs to be either we need to make our own way of presenting what we want,
Right.
or we'll have to figure out how this formula looks a little bit better and then come back to it.
Well,
And Morgan, before you
Yeah.
mind, Jesse's absolutely correct, because this formula is based on cap of $4.3 million.
Okay.
Because that is all the board has to spend on salary increases this year. And how we distribute them can be discussed, but really 4.3 is, and we said that last time, 4.3 is all the board has, because you saw Gretchen's, Saunders,
yeah,
presentation
You
last
didn't
time.
say that was your,
that was not.
the only
No,
number.
I understand.
Okay, well, clarify, because
Okay.
you did not say that. You didn't say this is our last and final offer.
No, we never said that. What we said, there's $4.3 million available, and Tammy, you said, I went home and watched the tape, and you said, I just want to be clear, there's $4.3 million, it's really just how we distribute it that you're concerned with, and we said yes.
Yes.
But you guys also made clear that it was not an offer, it was
That is
just a
correct.
concept.
That is correct.
And just, again, to be clear, 4.3 of that is not the district giving, that is TSIA money that it has to be allocated.
That's all, correct. That's
Okay.
correct.
Yes.
All right,
Correct.
so the district isn't giving the union, or the employees $4.3 million. They are they're increasing, they're giving 761,000.
That's correct. A little more than that, but yes. that's correct.
761,047. Or at least that's the number I was looking at here.
That's
I think that's important
But
because
the other fallacy of that, remember, the 760 is the amount of money that the board is kicking in to make the TSIA whole.
to cover for FICA and
There's
FRS.
another, but when you pay that 760, you have to still pay 21%. So it's really more like 900 and some change.
Where is that reflected on your concept?
It's really not, but it is. When you pay that, it will be on our offer. But when you pay that in salary, you have to pay the FICA on top of that as well.
I get that. So then it would be good to have what, if your concept would have that that's what the total cost is.
And I mean, we have a spreadsheet that we could easily give you guys that isn't part of your concept, that isn't missing factors if we need to put that together for you.
But the bottom line is your pot that you would like to operate within is, we've worked through that. I mean, the formula is what goes to what.
Right.
I mean, there could be some significant adjustments though, because I think I mentioned the second point was just the accuracy of the years of experience. I know our numbers lined up, but we're also talking about digging into seeing if there's a larger group going from the 1 to 5 up to the 6 to 10, because every category that they go up is a $700 increase per person, at least based on the formula. So that was another issue that we were trying to work through when we were back there to come out to the realization of the cost. But to Mr. DeGudis' point though, the reason this formula was proposed, as I haven't went back and listened to the tape, but from 2 weeks ago was, this is what the board's proposal is in order to give the full value of the TSIA, which as I understand has not been the way it's been done in the past, that the FICA would be rolled into the TSIA dollars, was to say, here's how we kind of give an example of how these retentions and performance K can be done within the amount that the board at least has said is available. Now, if there's additional costs, like Mr. DeGudis' 20% on top of the 700,000, that is something the board has to handle as its employer responsibility. But this was intended to be able to give you to say, this is the pot within which we can work in. If you believe the retention factors need to change in the different classes, let's see that. And I hear now, I mean, as we're talking through this, your counter is you need to increase the pot and then we'll work on the figures. And I think that poses as a problem on our side. So I think at least we can keep stating that to each other back and forth. And I think for making some progress on some of the other issues, and I'll see if you disagree, but I think maybe moving to seeing what some of your feedback was on some of the issues that we had presented in the last go around might be helpful. Otherwise, we're going to sit here and talk. If you'd like to sit here and talk about compensation the whole time, we probably need to go back and talk again, understanding now the way the formula was done and hearing some of the feedback on your side.
Is the amount 828,774? Because I took the 761,047 plus the 67,727.
No, it would be.
Wait, that's what I originally thought it was, to be quite
You mean
honest.
the total set aside?
Mm-hmm.
So the set aside was the 761.
Yep.
And so what that did was put it back into, so instead of the board taking TSA money to pay the FICA, they put it back in there.
I got that. I understand that.
And so when you take another 21.22% on top of that, and that's your number, it's 937,000, I think. Or close to it.
So you have to take 21.22% times 761,067?
Yeah, it'd be 922.
Okay, so on that note, we're not asking for double what you originally
Right.
offered. We're asking for an additional 600,000
Right.
in $1 billion budget.
Well, no, it's not a $1 billion budget. It's in a $4.3 million allocation.
Right, which means that the district does not want to give us any additional funds outside of what the state is giving us.
I don't know if that's accurate. I think that
Aside from, yes, them
Covering.
pitching in, as Mike DeGuda said, the FICA and the FRS.
the amount that the district proposed putting in is almost 20% above what the state has said is an appropriate amount for a raise. That's not chipping in. That's almost 20 per, I mean, 700,000 is almost 20% of $4 million. That is not peanuts. For the TSIA amount is what the state has said. This is the money we are, as the legislature, allocating to you to give to increase the salaries of your teachers. So the district saying, thank you, state, very much for that. We're going to kick in above and beyond that. I don't think that's fair to say that that's not giving anything different. But we can agree it's not the amount that you think is reasonable. And that's
Correct.
the purpose of bargaining, right?
Right.
I can agree with you on that, but I don't know if that.
Okay, we're not going to get anywhere
I
on
agree.
this tonight.
The only thing I would say, just one additional thing, we had no idea how to tell with the years of service. I mean, we don't have that. Like, we don't have that capability.
Understand.
We can only go on the information that we asked in a public records request. So
It's not being critical. That's what we were
Okay.
trying to.
but I want everyone else
Right.
also to understand.
So if I could say, because I communicated with Morgan on that this week, and we do have IT working on that, so it's part of it, because I figured that would be, so we're all aware of that. And I think and we can close on this and agree to move on, is that I think the kind of paradigm shift was to see, in the past, it would have been what the TSIA is minus, all of the FICA and all that. So I think we were trying to come back with the idea of looking at, and I think that was Mike's idea, of looking at not just the initial one of recruiting teachers, which we get, that's where the money had gone, to see if that was enough to force into the retention efforts. And
So yes, we do recognize that
So
this is
it was
more.
it was a deliberate paradigm shift. If that's,
We do recognize that this is more than what was originally offered last year. Yes, we're recognizing that. But you also need to recognize that even with our raise last year, we're still at the bottom. In comparable counties, in contiguous counties, in the state of Florida, we are towards the bottom in terms of teacher pay. And we want to keep our teachers in St. Johns County. You need to show them that you value them. You have I understand that we have a $4 million budget, but the school district itself has a $1 billion budget. It is not my job to find the money for you, but I guarantee you I could find it.
Well, be careful what you guarantee. First of all, the $1 billion budget is for all funds. That's not the general funds.
I understand that.
Number one. Number two, I think to just make sure that everybody understands, even if we agree to the amount of money in here, we couldn't agree to this tonight because we don't have the years of experience. Because the years of experience, and we had some robust discussion in the caucus, if you will, that the change, because we probably don't have, as I think we're all starting to realize, 50% of our teachers aren't in the 1 to 5. So even if half of those get sprinkled somewhere else, even if we stayed with the $2,750, that would have to change, because you got more people in the upper levels of the distribution table. So that means lower amounts of money are going to have to be spread back around, even if we agree to the 5.8 million that's here.
Right. So you're saying that the numbers of teachers that were reported to me and that you used as well is incorrect.
No.
Okay.
You asked, no, I don't have it in front of you, but what did you ask for?
I asked for the number of years of experience of the teachers in the county.
Okay, and so you got the years of experience of the teachers, number of years of experience in our county, not the total years of experience of teaching, right? So if I came from Brevard with 20 teachers 5 years ago, I'd be in the 1 to 5.
I don't think that's what I don't think that may have been how he interpreted it, but that was not what I was asking
Right,
for.
That's what you got.
Okay.
That's what we're using. So,
that's what we're
so it could change. It could change significantly.
Okay.
So we got to be
Right.
cognizant of that.
Right.
Just clarification, and then when you said that the comparative districts, that St. John's is at the bottom of the barrel, so I can, for my own benefit, who's the comparative district?
So our contiguous county, Clay is is like size and contiguous. Flagler's contiguous. Duval is contiguous.
FSDB.
FSTB. We don't compare ourselves to them though.
You should. Their starting salary is now
Sarasota is like size. Marion is like size. I can give you the list. We've got it. I can't
No, I
remember it
just-
off the top of my head.
Yeah, there.
Okay,
And when you say
yes,
bottom of the barrel, are you saying for starting teacher salaries?
average.
Average teacher
And I was
salary?
starting.
Okay. Average starting salary or average overall
Average
salaries
salary.
across the board?
Yep.
All right.
I mean, the public records request was the number of instructional employees for the 23-24 school year with the following ranges, years of experience.
Yeah, it doesn't say in St. John's.
It does not say in St. Johns County.
Remember this guy.
It pulled from.
So you guys
That's
confirm that
unfortunate.
with Noah. Okay,
Well, with IT, yeah.
okay.
And that's what I was emailing you about to say, I had resubmitted in preparation for today, but I just don't have those numbers yet.
Okay.
So it could change.
Okay.
Probably will change because it's alarming. We talked about that number of teachers in year 0 to
Yep.
2, 0 to 5. So, and that's just the way the data pulled. So it was just.
Okay. We ready to move on to other stuff? I don't know for this.
I guess we just have to be very, very super specific when doing a public records request with NOAA.
All right. We've got a couple of MOUs we can sign off on. So here's the selected future teachers.
We took out Tim's name because Tim's name should not be on it. It should be the chief negotiators, whether it's Wayne or.
Yeah, that's fine.
St. John's Tech. There was a lot to go through on the transfer MOU and the new opening of new schools, so we're gonna need more time for that.
Do you want to share what we wrote
So,
in the transfer language?
well,
Yeah.
Okay. Can I just mention again, I just want to go back to 30,000 MOUs that's been negotiated for the past 20 years. Some of these have been in the contract for probably
a long time.
15 years. At some point, the district we have to agree to put some of these in the contract as a supplement. Like the St. John's Tech has been in the contract for probably 12 years. Now, the amount changed because after 1 year, but the same amount has been in the contract forever. Differentiated pay, that changes, but it's just, Evelyn Hamlin is new, but at some point, we should not have 20 MOUs in the back of the contract. Some point, they need to be in the contract as a supplement. I just have to say that because it's just too much.
We also need to.
We need additional copies because we don't have any of those.
She on her way?
Yeah.
Good luck.
Okay.
Here.
We need,
I think we normally do 4 copies of.
4 more?
well,
3
I need a
more.
copy, Morgan needs a copy.
Okay, go ahead.
And then we have Article 8. We took all the MOU stuff out because you struck through it all.
We didn't print it.
And wanted it in an MOU. So we just tried to clean that up. So the changes that you guys made were changing to the online application, which is fine. You've left our change in the event this occurs after the first day of students for the current school year. We're going to reference Article 9, Section D. Professional employee will be given written notification at least 5 days prior to the reassignment. You guys left that in and agreed to strike out as much advance notice of the reassignment as possible in keeping with the needs of specific school or district. So we are okay with that. And then adding in referencing Article 9, Section D language. We left everything else the same. We took all of this in D out because this is in the MOU already. And we just added that when it is necessary to transfer teachers due to the upcoming of a new school or impact of a school, SJEA and St. John's County will negotiate the impact because we would be doing that in an MOU anyways. So that was the only change that we made, is added that and then struck this out because again, that language is in the MOU that you would present.
Plus, you wouldn't get input by the SJEA president.
Right.
This is negotiated language. Can show that has been for several years. So,
Okay.
and she can send that to
Do we want to TA on that?
Can you send it to?
Send it to Wayne.
They're gonna print it.
It is exactly
What was in the
what,
contract?
we just took out all the strike and made it clean.
Okay.
She's gonna send you some.
All right. The next thing we have is a counter for the MOU for working remotely during planning days. It's just a very minor. How many copies do you guys need? Just a few.
The next one.
Yep, there's.
Okay.
We got rid of this beginning part because we're not negotiating for administrators and the district. It was just odd wording up there, so we're just keeping it simple. Instructional staff still have the choice to work remotely. We're at the work site for the following planning days, October 16th, January 4th, March 18th, and then we just added that last day of the school year, which most principals, if you've got all your stuff done, allow anyways. Again, we just want it to be uniform across the board. Everybody should have that option. So we're adding that to the MOU.
Is May 28th planning day?
Yes.
No students?
No students.
Okay.
So that was all we had for that one. Okay, so our counter for professional employee working conditions. We have some data for you because I think you asked for our survey data for some of our reasoning. So for years and years, teachers have responded to our surveys that they don't have enough planning time. There's never enough time in the day. It doesn't matter how much we have. But this is the number one issue aside from compensation for teachers. We have an opportunity to address this concern and show that St. Johns County is listening to teacher feedback and starting to address the specifics that they share. It is an opportunity to do something that will lighten teachers' loads and help teacher retention. It is an opportunity to show teachers that you value and trust them as professionals. And this is a show of good faith that's not going to cost you anything. Okay. So when you ask what would help, teachers again overwhelmingly share two requests: give us more planning time and do not encumber our planning time. So 87% say that when they lose planning time, their workload outside of school increases. Quite frankly, I'm surprised that 100% didn't say that because I don't know how that's not the case. 54% say that their planning gets taken away by meetings other than PLCs. So IEP meetings, MTSS meetings, various other things. We realize the importance of PLCs. I know you guys brought that up last time. And in our survey, our teachers also realize that importance. They said 46% reported to having a positive impact on their instruction. And we appreciate that HR is going to take a look at this year to see how things can be improved. In the meantime, we need to put something in place to address the number one issue of planning. And we need something that's universal in the entire county, right? It needs to be the same no matter what school you're at. Some principals are great about it. Some are kind of sticklers about it. It needs to be, we want the same education at each school for every student, right? That's why we have the curriculum maps the same. We want the same experience for teachers. We want them to be treated the same no matter what principal they have. So there, about 16% of elementary school teachers said that they have to meet with their PLCs at least twice a week. So there is a good portion that are having to meet more than once a week in their during their planning time. So here is what we have. How many did you guys need?
Yeah, got at least 5, 6, 7. 3.
Do I have one?
Is that fair?
Yes, sir. Oh, can I have one back? May I have one back, please? Thank you very much.
It's later on, but yeah.
Okay.
Okay, so we agree to a lot of your counters. So you'll see that, our red, we're fine striking out and leaving that struck and out, and then that green and E was the change that you guys made, and we're good with interruptions will be kept to a minimum and will, with administrative approval. L is really, we just are trying to, there was some contract language that was taken out when it got changed, so we just tried to keep that, and then we feel like you guys wanted to say try to make equitable, and the original contract said they will make every effort to avoid inequitable assignment. So let's just kind of split it down the middle and say we will make every effort to make equitable assignments. We just felt like that fit better in contract language than try. So if we look at our 5A, we are proposing, because the original contract language said during non-scheduled student contact time, except on countywide early release days, up to 2 hours in a professional workday, absent from duty leave may be taken, provided the professional employee is to make up this time within 10 working days. There is no such thing as 2 hours in a professional employee workday where we don't have student contact time. So that doesn't even exist. So we just changed it to kind of match the language that we were trying to propose earlier. To a professional employee shall be entitled to 120 minutes of flexible time per month during non-scheduled student contact time, except on countywide early release days when PD is scheduled. We understand you don't want us taking our time when we have our PD Wednesdays, the second and fourth Wednesday of the month. So we just added that in. And I think that, I don't know if that was your original intent, but we felt that was fair. So a 120 is kind of in the middle of the 180 that we originally proposed and the 60 minutes that you guys countered with. So that's where we got that number from. We're okay leaving B in there that provided the principal has been notified and approved for the request for absent from duty leave, a professional employee may take up to 3 hours during an unencumbered planning day at the end of each quarter. They have to make up that time. And then C would fit with A and B there. D, you originally struck out our addition that, and it originally said any adjusted workday shall be mutually agreed upon by the principal and the employee. And we kind of thought about like the instance at Beachside, right? Like, so in the language that we had originally written, the principal would have had to then it had to have been mutually agreed upon with all of his employees, and we get that that is unreasonable. So we're just saying a temporary adjusted workday, right? You need me to stay late because of a certain test. Well, it should be agreed upon by the teacher as well. And if that teacher can't stay, then that principal can find somebody else who can stay. I guarantee you send an email out to the staff saying, hey, I need somebody to stay an hour late. You can come in an hour late on this day. Somebody's going to bite at that. So we just feel like it should be mutually agreed upon, and we can't just mandate that your day is going to be adjusted. So we added in that word temporary. For you, we left that you guys didn't like the teacher-directed individual instructional planning, and that the planning period will occur during the student day. But again, I know you guys want to put together a PLC committee and all of those things, but we need something more immediate. So we added no more than one planning period per week shall be encumbered with any of the following meetings: PLCs, MTSS, IEPs. So we're giving up one of our planning periods, and then those other meetings need to occur at our before or after school, depending on what your schedule is.
Or during the day with coverage provided.
Or they can get a sub.
Right. Okay. 5. Sorry, I just needed to reorient myself there.
Take your time.
The principal shall not require instructional staff to attend common planning. So you guys got rid of that, which we kind of tried to include now in 1 through 4. But again, we do have some teachers who have multiple preps, right? And some principals expect them to attend PLCs for all of those preps. Some principals are great and say, choose the one that has testing attached to it or whatever. So we just want that to be uniform across the board. In the event the employee teaches more than one prep, they're only required to be a part of one PLC.
Where are you?
On 5.
5.
After the
Bottom
struck
of
out
page.
language, we are proposing this instead.
The last sentence. I mean, Jesse has 4 preps.
Right. So he would ostensibly lose 4 of his planning periods then, and that just can't happen. 6, we've got 32% of the people who took the survey of secondary teachers have 3 or more preps. It's a lot. So I understand that you can't really, it would be difficult for you guys to try and make it so that no teachers have more than 2 preps. So let's maybe compensate them in some way. If you can't give them extra planning time, maybe we look at some sort of supplement. So we put this in here. We're open to you countering on what you think is fair. But if an employee is assigned more than 2 preps, they'll get a supplement of $1,500 per year or $750 per semester per additional prep.
Do not know the cost.
We don't know the cost. We don't know how many teachers have more than 2 preps, how many teachers have 3, 4, whatever. It's one of those things where there's got to be something in place for those principals who aren't making every effort to not give a teacher more than 2 preps, to maybe deter them from doing that. So, and I don't think that principals are have malintent, but some principals are like, oh, it's just easier to give them this many preps. Let's do that. So 7, so Wayne informed me, reminded us that we were only allowed to open 2 articles. We got a little overzealous this year. So if you guys are okay, this language is from Article 10 with in-service. The only change we're trying to make is that you guys said that you're reserving 2 of our Wednesdays for PD, which is fine. We just want in the contract it to be protected that the other 2 are reserved for planning. We just want that clarity in there.
And it's more appropriate for it to be
Right
here.
Well, it's more appropriate for it to be in both places
This is
because
true,
it involves in-service and it involves planning.
Correct.
So if you're okay with it, we would open Article 10, and this is the only change that we would make as well is this paragraph here. And then the rest of it, we left. Yes.
One quick question.
Yes.
If you go to that paragraph 5 again,
Mm-hmm.
if you're saying in the event an employee teaches more than 1 prep, they'll only be required to be a part of 1 PLC. I mean, regardless of that language, the proposal that you have says 1 PLC per week. So would it matter if they're part of more than 1 if it's still limited to 1 per week?
Yeah, because if they're part of 2 PLCs, that's 2 per week.
No, but what I'm
They're
saying
attending.
is if you're part of 2 different PLCs because you have 2 preps, but the contract says you can only go to 1 per week. Does it matter if you're part of more than 1? It's still, right? That language, I mean.
Yeah. Thank you for pointing out we missed that
simple
one.
things make sense.
Yes.
No, it's,
Kind of.
I'm sorry, it's still a lot more work.
It's still
because I have to
work.
Prep for the one
Fair
PLC,
enough.
Yeah.
next week I have to prep for the next one, next week I prep for the next one. So if I had, I don't have 4 PLCs, I'm
He's like,
Okay, that makes sense.
But you would have to prep for every one, so it still would add up.
There,
to-
yeah, there's still stuff
You're
that we
doing
have
more
to.
in prep.
Yes.
And I
It's
understand that, but. okay.
Analyzing data, I mean, there's other stuff that's involved with just planning. So, yeah, but that is a good point. That was a good.
Yeah, but sorry.
He refuted it quite
Nope.
well. So,
Just a question, not a.
Yeah.
Not a
again, these are the things that will work wonders for teacher morale, especially if we're not getting, if we can't compensate us, you've got to give in some way. And I don't think these things are big asks here. So
And one more question, quick
Mhm.
one, on 5D, on the flexibility.
Mhm.
What if it is and I completely understand the reasoning for what you're saying about why adding that language,
Mhm.
is you can find somebody. What if it's, I really need you to stay an hour later and nobody will do it? How would we address that? Because it's got to be mutually agreed upon. So,
Right. Our thought here is,
because
for example, if, let's say there's AP testing, right? An AP test is a 4-hour block, and some teacher, it's on a Wednesday, right? So the AP test starts at noon, the teacher workday ends at 3. If my principal comes to me and says, hey, I need you to do this AP testing, you're going to stay till 4, you can flex your time. Well, I may have an appointment at 3:30.
Have another job.
Or I have another job, or I have to pick up my kids, or whatever it is, right? Even if they gave us 2 weeks notice, I still can't, like a dentist appointment, I've got to schedule out 6 months out in advance, right? My hairstylist needs 3 months. Like, there are things that come up that if we can't do it, we can't do it. And so we've got to have a mutual agreement with us and the principal. I think most people are going to say, yeah, no problem. If I've got nothing going on, I'd be happy to come in an hour later, or I need to leave, on this day early anyways. But
I think it boils down to,
it's
there's a lot of things,
professionalism.
it is that, but it's, if I'm a single parent
Mhm.
and I have to pick up my kids no matter what, at this time, I can't stay late. I shouldn't be penalized as a teacher or as an employee that I have to pick up my child at this time, or I have to go to my second or third job.
Mhm.
I can't stay late, regardless. I'm really sorry. So if there's no one in the school, there's no one in the school. Then the principal or
The
admin's
AP
going to
or
have to figure it
somebody's
out.
going to have to do the testing
I
or
mean,
whatever it
it's
is.
7.5 hours. I mean, no one's required to work after those hours.
have you had any, and I know it's easy for this small group here
Mhm.
to talk about what this means, how this should happen. I hear what you're saying. It's also just making sure that those that go have to implement what's agreed upon or
Mhm.
understanding it. And you've heard this before too, and said it as well, I think. Have you had any issues? Like, have you heard from any teachers in your passings who have said, yeah, we're getting, the same 5 teachers are being required to stay and adjust their work week and others are not, or I'm being told I have to stay late beyond this adjusted work day on a temporary basis? Just wondering, in practice, is that just anything you're getting feedback on that is problematic?
Michelle will be able to.
Sometimes during testing season,
Mhm.
yes.
That's the time where you see it the most. Okay.
Yeah.
But, so can I ask a question? So the language that you used, Tammy, was punished. So is a teacher being punished for not being able to stay?
Well, I mean, I'm being sarcastic. I mean, should they be, oh, Morgan, I really
You're
need
not a
you.
team player.
You're not a team player. I really need you to stay. It's
Sure.
highly encouraged that you stay after school and you finish. Well, I can't. So why are you picking on me? I have 2 and 3 jobs, or I have children I have to pick up. So yeah, it's like I'm feeling I'm being attacked. And with 65+% of teachers being annual contract, and they're worried they're going to be non-reappointed.
So maybe
Maybe that's a bad word, but
Well, we're trying to extend for AP testing, IB testing, fine. And so there's an example of somebody being asked to stay, couldn't stay, and then there was retribution?
Could be, possibly.
But no,
I mean,
there is.
I don't have a specific example, no. I will say that new teachers, especially annual contract teachers, do feel pressure, even if the principal is not being that way. We feel like we can't say no, right? I mean, I had that conversation with my principal, and he's a very understanding guy, and I love him. But he was like, well, why can't people just schedule IEP meetings during planning periods, and then the teacher could say no if they want to? And I'm like, well, it's not that the teacher could say no if they want to, it's that they feel pressured that they have to say yes because they're getting this meeting notice that they're supposed to, that they feel like they have to attend. So that's the problem is the pressure, especially with the annual contract teachers and the newbies that really don't feel like they can not stand up to their principal, but you know what I'm saying, like
Say no.
say no, yes, which we all need.
And then can I
We
go
all
back
struggle
to,
with.
so on, sorry if I'm doing the mic here.
That's okay.
So on 5D.
Yep.
So in your dialogue, you used, so that the Bartram or the beachside example.
Mhm.
So then how would that work if we,
No, so that's why we originally had just any adjusted workday shall be mutually agreed upon by the principal and the employee. And so we've added temporary because I think that's kind of what we were understanding. Your problem with it is beachside, in the way that it was written, beachside would then, the principal at beachside would have to get it mutually agreed upon with all of his employees to change the schedule. And that's his right as principal, right? If it's changing everyone's schedule for the schedule of the school.
so you're talking about with the transportation, the
Right.
current issue.
Right.
So then the employee doesn't agree to that.
But that's not a temporary adjustment.
I'm just trying to
Yeah.
Hopefully by next year, it's
Trying to figure out.
Yeah.
fixed.
Yeah, we're talking about like, hey, we need you to stay late a day. You're going to make up this time somewhere else.
And then in 6, every effort will be made. So the employee assigned 2 or more preps. So this is secondary?
Correct. I don't know of any elementary school teachers who are
Well, they
being
have,
assigned
they
2
have,
grade levels.
no.
Being assigned 2 grade levels, I don't think that even works in a schedule. So.
They have.
Venus.
They
Yeah.
have multiple preps, but it's different. The intent
Yeah.
behind this is for high school.
High school and middle school, yeah.
Content area and,
Content.
Resource and the, like, and reading interventionists. but
Yeah, I
not
guess
the-
my
the
my
intent is
reason
middle
to
and high
ask
school.
questions is because it's a lot more complex than that, right? Because you do have people teaching multiple grade levels
Correct.
at different schools and elementary.
the intent is middle and high school. Like Jesse, with 4 preps.
He said he doesn't have 4.
No, I don't have 4 PLC.
Oh,
He does
okay.
have 4 PLCs. He has 4 preps.
He's keeping me honest.
I have
on
3
there.
preps, so.
Okay, and did anybody have any questions on Article 6? We're going to take this back.
You can email that.
So can I ask a question
I think I have
on the MOU?
Yep.
On the planning day, remote planning day. So those prior 3 days, right, October, January, and March, we talked about this connect with maybe a grading period, and people are getting grades in, right? So May 28th would be the very, very end. So if grades aren't done and things aren't happening, because the other dates, obviously, we're going to get teacher back.
Right.
Teacher will be back on March 20th. So May 28th, I think that's a closeout date.
Again, our thought
Grades,
was,
and, I mean, obviously
Yeah.
lines, but I'm just asking, like,
yeah, our thought was that there are a lot of principals already saying if you've got all your stuff done, you don't need to come in. But again, there are other principals who are making people show up that day. So we just wanted to be consistent across the board.
I can't whisper for fear of
Hawk ears.
eavesdropping over here.
Not a good
Sorry.
whisperer then.
I'm not a good whisperer.
okay, you want to?
Yeah, I do have one.
Just very, very quick. So, Jesse, what 4 preps do you have?
I teach physical science honors, physics honors, the IB physics juniors, and the IB physics seniors.
Teach what?
Physical science honors, the 9th graders, physics honors, 10th graders.
English.
I'm sorry.
No, go, keep going.
The IB physics juniors and the IB physics seniors.
He's on the schedule. English 4 standard, English 4 honors. Actually, I have 1 debate class, but there's debate 1 and debate honors 3 in the same class. So I guess I do have 4 preps. But a lot, sometimes, the content overlaps, so it's not always separate, but.
All right, can you give us a couple of minutes?
Yeah. And you understand the intent why she wanted to add that, the in-service that's in
Right.
that article,
So
correct?
do you want me to give you Article 10? Because we have it.
Yes.
Okay. And the only other thing we changed was it said substantively and it really should be substantially. And we're like, while we have this open, can we just correct
Yes.
this word? Because it's going to
We
make
understand
me
it's
crazy.
mutually agreeable if we could do it, but it does correlate with
Yeah.
planning time.
There you go.
Okay, if you can give us maybe 10
Okay.
minutes, and then definitely, even if the whole group can go, kind of set the template so we know where we are
Yep.
for the next session, and then whatever times that we connect prior.
Okay.
And then just for the record, Michelle, so Parker will set the dates and schedules, so we'll email you about the differentiated pay. It'll be the same, I'm sure, the same makeup of the committee. So we'll try to keep it to the same sort of level as we did last year in terms of morning, so people can Zoom in or Teams in or whatever the term is. So we'll get that scheduled this week. So that was the compensation piece, which
8:40.
That's fine.
Actually, 8:40.
Morgan will send you the language in these articles.
I'm going audio.
That's the fourth one.
We are on.
Oh, that's right.
So you're just gonna hit, you're gonna put TA on top?
We
We
don't
did.
have
You
to.
don't have, okay.
You know, if you're signing,
Oh, for an
why do we
MOU.
have Mr. Carson's name
Well,
on here?
because the memo is really for the students. That's what I was saying to Morgan. So we were just kind of keying in on the concept of it.
Oh, okay. So then
So
just
we-
sign it.
Yeah,
Oh, wait.
we're fine just keying
Those
in on it.
initials.
That's fine.
And then those are your copies.
Okay.
Okay.
Oh, I understand what you're saying.
Yeah, so it's fine, you can sign both, at least we know that, we took his name out on one and then,
Gotcha.
okay.
Oh,
so-
this is the one you want to the students.
Yeah.
That makes sense.
Okay, so as you sign, can
Technical,
Yeah.
technical, do for us.
Okay, so firstly, we appreciate you and your team tonight. I wanted to close on a few things. One would be, and maybe this is just more dialogue that we need to look at. So the MOU for the planning day,
Just
Mhm.
remind me to come back to that, because we just need one of those two.
the
Okay.
MOU for the planning day, the last planning day. So I think, and again, we have some of our team that aren't back with us yet, but I think part of it is there's already a piece in there that you can flex early in lieu of taking that day off. I think what we want to just look at is somewhat the differentiation between elementary and secondary. So that an elementary teacher, the work to exit needs to be done that day, and right, or they do it prior if they're going to flex that, and they have kids in the classroom. So you're right, because they'll still have
Can you
18.
repeat that?
So if we're saying you flex that last day to exit to get all of your stuff done, it would be done when? With or without kids? The day before?
I mean, teachers may begin working on it, after school
Okay.
for
Right. So
the
that,
whole week prior. I mean,
right. And so that's, and I'm glad you said that, because that's kind of where we got to say it'd be hard to do the volume of work that you have to do to finish off when there's 15, 18 elementary, kindergarten kids.
and
Right.
to
So
be
it's-
honest, you could not get it done in one day
Anyway,
without
Right.
kids. Like, you have to start early. Some schools require teachers to take everything off the walls.
Right. Yeah, and we went through all that. So I just think part of it is as we grow, right, some somewhat of a differentiation of time between the elementary setting and the secondary setting. So that's first thing. Secondly would be, I think, we looked at what we're doing with compensation, and so, or what we're able to do with compensation. So I think we want to relook at some of the pieces that you put in there, because we do respect, we do honor, we do want to treat as professionals, and somewhat maybe look at it different eyes than we did in the past, to be somewhat maybe more flexible, maybe look at it differently as we grow, with the idea that we may not be able to get where you want to be with compensation for this year. But right, so I think we're looking at that with those for that lens as well. The final piece is, and this kind of goes back to the differentiated pay stuff, is that we've worked hard with Mike and budget to put $1 million into that fund, into that pot, and so and it is compensation, and we feel, and Michelle will attest to this, that and there's other committee members here, we've done the right thing with those funds over the past X number of years. But it's moved significantly from 250 to 500 to $1 million. So we want to continue to make sure that we do that, and that it somewhat aligns with some of this work as well. So that's all I wanted
The
to
diff pay.
differentiate. Pay
I was
different,
I was combining compensation. I missed.
which comes, no, I'm just saying.
I missed.
Did you just have a moment?
Well, no, I wasn't sure. Did you say diff pay?
Yes,
Yeah, he did.
he did.
Okay.
Certainly everybody else recognizes.
I did not.
So, but
Oh, well, could be that too.
you can say it, but it is board funded. I mean, so, and for the right reasons, I think, and even some of the pieces that we TA'd on tonight are differentiated by setting for St. John's Tech and Evelyn Hamlin. So we will get that work started and maybe put a little bit more clarity with Michelle and her team.
Okay. But you'll work on that so that we'll come back and that'll actually be part of our ratification packet when we get to ratify.
Correct.
Is that that what you're saying?
I am saying that,
Okay.
but I'm also saying that it is board funded, right? And we've worked hard on that, and so because of the differentiation between schools and Title I and such, so we want to make sure that we align that with this work too. But yes, it'll come here for ratification. But I didn't know if the entire group knew the extent of it moving from to $1 million. I'm sure. Did you
Oh,
know?
no, yeah, we were here.
We were all part of that.
Okay, so
I don't know if I was here when it was 250, but
I was here during 250,
I was
so
here when it
yes.
was increased.
Okay, so we will look at dates. Do you want to look at dates? Or do you have
Yes.
closing comments?
I don't think we need to do that yet.
Well, the only reason I was going to say is because they're looking at it. So I
Okay.
wanted you to talk from the
So-
perspective of why our proposal was what it was.
When you guys were at Caucus, I used the original formula that I was going to use for compensation. And my total number of costs of the district came out to 1.2. So we're asking for, if your cost was 900, then we're asking for 300 more thousand.
Not,
That's when you sent us.
No.
no. So put
I
it
can
this
send
way,
it to you.
it's not, so take out the formula.
Right.
Just completely take out the formula. Take out the old way of doing it, all of that. Morgan just did it straight by Excel. Here's what the cost would be. Now, knowing that those numbers might change because
We don't have
we don't have those numbers, obviously that could change. But
for teachers, yeah.
for teachers. So she did not, she used it later, but she said, maybe I should have just presented it the way that she drafted it, but then we changed at the last minute to kind of put it in that format, which then became very confusing. So,
But let's make sure we're all on the same, physically on the same page. Because the old, quote unquote, old formula, the pay for performance, and you guys correct me if I'm wrong, we still have to have a component of pay for performance and a teacher's increase.
Which
So
we
you
do.
have to have that, that old formula in there. So that's why I said there are two formulas. There's the
it
old
doesn't
one.
have to be a formula. I mean, it has to be aligned with what the statute says.
Which
Like
it is.
Flagler County doesn't have a formula.
But it's
It
not,
is
but-
the salary plus paper performance.
Right.
It just goes like this. There's no formula. It is just salary schedule, and if you pay for performance, you get $1,000. If you're highly effective, you get $1,500.
Well, there's a formula
The
that
formula
backs
to-
it up
yeah.
somewhere along the line.
No, it was just negotiated way. Like, they have steps still, so it's a whole different,
I'm sure somebody behind the scenes has a formula that.
Katie Hansen did it, so I don't think there's a magical formula. It meets the statute that it has to be according to the beginning teacher salary, that formula piece. But there's no formula. It was just literally, they negotiated what the highly effective and effective would be.
Right. The formula being that effective is 75% of highly effective.
Yes.
Right.
So Megan, are you?
Morgan.
It's okay. Everyone calls me Megan, so you're not alone.
Sorry about that.
It's okay.
So are you saying, okay, regardless of the formula, regardless of the distribution, you're saying that you are asking for the district to pay 1.2 and kind of agree on the total amount and then go back and figure out.
We're
how
gonna have to go
distribute it?
back and figure out how to distribute it because we don't have correct numbers of employees like we thought we did.
I see.
That is correct.
Right.
Nor do we, right.
So
Can I ask, sorry, one more question?
I mean, that was part of our salary.
It's not a physics question.
Different, but they didn't counter.
Just because
Right,
I
but they do come back with what we
is
invest.
FICA and FRS taken out differently from pay performance pay versus a regular flat rate? All the same as what I.
So let me say that differently.
Uh-huh.
When we do pay for performance, you just get your pay for performance and we pay FICA on top of that.
Okay.
That comes out of our base funding. TSIA, Best and Brightest, and then the other allocation, which is basically a grant, Title I, IDEA, all of those, we have to back out FICA, and then that's what you would get paid.
That actually falls under.
Which is what the TSA portion in the first formula is trying to.
Right, now I understand your second page. Got it. Who did that? I'm sorry.
Does everyone have everything?
I believe so, except you want a copy of this.
Yes, we need,
So then no.
so
But you
these are
will.
our copies?
Yes. Those are
Last
ours.
year. And then, I think Brendan alluded to it, so we'll just bring back insurance.
Yes. And
And then you have a date? Do we want to?
Next
You
Thursday
want to
already.
expand the date?
We had Monday, I thought.
Monday. We have Monday.
No, Monday, I have it down for us. Is that right?
Yep.
Yeah. We had Monday and Thursday.
And you can't do Thursday.
I can no longer do Thursday.
Is it Thursday? It's the 28th.
Eighth.
Yeah, it's Thursday.
So
No, I do not.
Well, you do have good hearing.
I do. I didn't think that it was that quiet. You guys are thinking that you're being all sly and you're, no, my debate kids have their first debate tournament. It's their practice.
So
I
we'll
can't
go
cancel that
Monday schedule and then.
Yeah.
And then devise a date moving
No,
forward.
can we do the date now?
Well, that's what I was asking.
Yes, please.
Yes.
Because
Let me finish my question.
Before you finish,
see?
what if we just say Monday and we work and we work and we work and we work
There you go.
and don't add any other dates because
We're gonna finish.
Monday's in.
I like your thought process.
I do as well. But is it?
It's
Wishful
doable, guys. It's,
I think that's a
So
good
we're gonna bring
approach.
sleeping bags and we'll just all stay here and hammer it
Well,
out.
a lot of it's dependent on how quickly I can get you the number.
Oh, yeah.
But we're on it. I mean, he's aware and we met with him on Monday. So
Okay.
just
So-
leave it for Monday. Oh,
Monday.
Tammy wants to schedule.
I really do think we should put it on the
I
calendar
do.
just to be safe.
Monday at 5.
But it's gonna
Phyllis, you got-
have
We're Monday.
5:30.
Well, we canceled Thursday. For
Wait.
Thursday?
Let me just, not that I really want to do this, but would
Yeah,
you
we did. So
rather
we're gonna
do-
keep
We're
Monday.
keeping Monday.
would you
So-
rather do Wednesday?
Monday was there as a
If we
tentative
can.
date.
I could-
Phyllis?
Brennan,
You have a date?
I know that we had Augusta scheduled for Wednesday,
pulled it
but
but-
I'm willing to, we'll work on Tuesday. I'm willing to push that back if SJEA wants to come on Wednesday to try in case we need that day.
Okay, so wait. Oh, yeah, so Wednesday.
Well, I am sometimes a,
So we were supposed to, Wednesday was our negotiation.
Yes.
So you're saying that you're willing to push that back so they can have that
yes,
slot?
yes.
Okay. When would you like to push it back to?
You and I will get together.
We will get together.
5 o'clock on Wednesday then?
So we're doing Monday at 5:30.
Yep.
Us high school people don't get out till 4, so it's just travel time and all that. And then Wednesday we can do 5 because we get out at 3.
Phyllis, can you check the calendar? And
So Monday at 5:30.
so Monday, 5:30, Wednesday for location. And then
5.
Wednesday the 27th.
Yeah.
Isn't that nice of Augusta?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Although I haven't asked the president that, but I'll just let her know.
Okay, let's just go with it. and
Was
then
it a
we'll
long
just-
session?
We gotta make
No.
Okay.
Do you do 5 and us, we
All
do
right.
6?
Do we
No.
want to do it every day?
No, it'll be okay.
That's.
Okay.
The only issue sometimes when you schedule them back to back is if there's a lot of takeaway.
Yeah.
We've done this already though. We've done a lot of takeaways, big ticket items, but sometimes that's not enough turnaround time and you show up on that second day and it's
Yeah.
like, sorry, we haven't had a chance to vet everything. That's the only risk. But
yeah.
We're kind of
I feel like
drilled down.
everything's out, so we should
I
be able
agree.
to, yeah.
We're gonna settle it all on the 25th.
I like the way you think. So 9:25 at 5:30 and then 9:27 at, do you say 6?
5.
5.
You should just stay over, Terry. You know, but don't have to.
Phyllis, we're trusting that you have all those
I
dates.
don't know where I am on the 26th.
And the venue,
So what's good?
venue,
Or another day.
the venue, we're good?
You know, another day. I'm open. You sick, it'd have to be pretty far.
Yeah,
Here.
we good?
All right, yeah.
All right.
Thank
Motion
you.
to adjourn. Jesse, we're
You're going on audio off, right?